hello, my name is Spoonee, and this is 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, and nothing bad will happen to me in playing this game. Probably. Oh yeah! Past me! Left me with a decision! I regret everything. I forgot that I left myself with this decision. I forgot! Oh man, okay, well, that's good. I sure do love making decisions. You all know that as a fact about me. I love decisions. And making them. I love decisions and also making them. Hi, Vincent. You've been waiting for this, Scala. Oh, there's a Wimworld multiplayer mod. Yo, how's that, Marsh? That sounds really cool. Oh, Ollie does that sometimes, Rio. Because sometimes she'll stand, like, over the front part of her food bowl. Hopefully Bruno didn't eat any of the poop food. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. I swear I'm not just stalling because I don't want to make a decision. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the 9th man. He never wanted to see that thing again, but something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse even a little closer. Of course, if he went through door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. True, it would be possible for him to bring June with him through door 5, but that would mean she would have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Junpei was torn. Should he stay silent and go through door 4? Or should he stop them all and insist on door 5? As he turned his options over and over in his mind, Ace spoke up. All right then, it seems we've reached a conclusion. Shall we go? He began to walk toward door 5. Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind. Junpei, which door do you want to go through? Do we examine... This is just me thinking out loud. Do we examine the dead body of the guy who put a knife to basically my character's throat? Because I look like that lady. She looks like me, okay? Or... And doing so, I guess, will scar our childhood friend who we're in love with or something? And then, the other option is to not do that. And maybe see something new. Body and scarring my beloved, or new thing and have to trust other people to tell the truth. Oh no, my lack of trust in others is really hurting me here. Yeah, Santa's here! Oh, you think it was his way of telling you he wasn't hungry since... Oh, they only need to be fed 2 or 3 times a week? I didn't know that about geckos. That's cool. I I mean, I guess technically June could just close her eyes, right? Whatever. Whatever. She can close her eyes. I'm gonna save. Mostly I'm just trying to decide, like, is this a situation where I actually want to listen to the protagonist? Or is this a situation where the protagonist is kind of a dum-dum? I mean, really, I'm also wondering, like, what are we gonna get by examining the body? What are we gonna get by examining the body? Ooh, ramen sounds good. I want ramen. Actually, I do have some ramen. I have some Insta ramen in my pantry. Yay, that was Angry Trees telling me he made it safe. Hi, Hurdy. How are you doing? All right, you know what? Against my better judgment, I'm gonna listen to the protagonist of the game. I will probably live to regret this. Hey, wait! Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The four people walking towards the door stopped and turned back toward him. I want to go through door 5 too. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when June spoke up. What? What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you. Oh, all right. Well, I guess she's just gonna come along anyway and traumatize herself. Sweet. He turned around to look at her. No, you can't. I can't take you with me. Wait, I thought we just said that we could take her with us. Why? Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that? June opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her clear distress, but the choice was not his to make.
You back her.
Honestly, that probably is what she's thinking. Andy, thank you for 43 months. Hi, how are you doing? Hi, Barry. Hello, friends. I hope you're enjoying Metaphor. All right. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Please, let me go into door 5. 5! Seven scratched his head and looked at the young man.
Man, now we're right back where we started, you know that?
Junpei's bracelet number is 5, right? If we're going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us. Snake turned to Ace. Ace, please take good care of Clover.
Oh, alright. That's fine.
1 plus 4 equals 5! Oh my god, I still have my finger puppets here.
1 plus 4 equals 5. Oh, math. Math!
You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others. No! Don't be so selfish. Snake's tone was harsh. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She was a sad girl.
Holy crap, how has it been 45 months already?
Oh no! Time's wiggly. Time very wiggly. Pinecone, thank you for 45 months. Hi, I hope you're doing well today. Hi, Jason. Yes, you are in time for more puppets. And also math and drama. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened, and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear. You'll be fine. Just relax. It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them. He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring. Does Clover have anxiety? Because that's too relatable. Okay, I understand. Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. I feel like I'm gonna regret choosing door 5. I'm just saying it right now. Like, I'm going to regret listening to the protagonist of the game, and I know it. Before long, new teams were assembled. Those going to door 5. 7, Snake, and Junpei. 7 plus 2 plus 5 equals 14. Go to 1 plus 4 equals 5. Those going to door 4. Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 4 equals 22. Move to 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's the math song. Seven, Snake and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks. All right then, let's go. Goody. As a big fan of this game trilogy, this is probably the hardest you've ever struggled in that backseat. Well, if you need a whisper buddy, I'm sure that there are probably plenty of folks in here who have played the game that will be more than happy to scream internally with you at my decisions and my math skills, or lack thereof. Yeah. But I have this cool button that can do this. Na 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 na. Yeah, basically math stuff. And we have to figure out how to work together and escape, essentially, maybe not the actual, it's probably, it's not the actual Titanic, but it looks a lot like the Titanic, and the Titanic got brought up. We don't really know. This boat's gonna sink in like 7.5 hours, and we're all gonna die. So we have to seek a way out! Exactly. Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red. It's the gigantic.
Okay. Please be careful.
Concern was written plainly across her face. This is important, I promise. I promise, this is definitely worth the wait and not just a very stupid thing that I'm doing right now. I promise, it's worth it. 100%. Every single time that I stop my stream, it's worth the wait. Okay? It's worth the wait. Also, that marker was, like, mostly dead, unfortunately. I also spaced these letters together, like, way too much at the end. No, actually. Concern was written plainly across her face. Even though she scrunched the last two letters of it up too close at the end of the sticky note. Because she doesn't know how to properly space letters. Or, you know, has poor planning. Junpei looked her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. Concern. Concern! Okay, I can't see, though. I can't see. I'll save that. Oh, yeah, worth the wait, right? Totally worth the wait. Totally worth it. Damn it, ads! I didn't know you were gonna show up, and now Now I feel like I should have spent the time that I drew this to put on my face while the ads were playing, but I didn't know that they were gonna play because I didn't see it. Concern. Concern. Inside man's 1 or 2. Hi, I'm doing good. How are you doing today? I literally stopped playing the game and made chat wait for an entire minute while I wrote the word concern on a sticky note to put on my face for face was plainly written, or concern was plainly written on her face. Face was written on her face. Yes, I am a genius. I could always make another sticky note. Because I mean, I do miss having this particular sign. I should really make, like, an actual sign for this. Yeah, both of these markers that I have on my desk are, like, dying. I don't know why. You call that handwriting plainly written? Shut up. That was cruel. Okay, that's cold. You leave me and my shitty left-handed handwriting alone. You leave my garbage handwriting out of this. I've never had very good handwriting. What? Hands in chat if you actually have good handwriting. Show of hands. Who here is the one that they make take all the notes because they actually have good handwriting? Yeah, I'm gonna give back $5 middle finger post-it note doodle. But, I mean... I still feel like I should do a series of those item. I don't know how serious everybody was when I mentioned that one time, but I'm considering it. For real, for real. You write like a doctor even if you have trouble reading it sometimes. Okay, so we have Tacky Rio and Hyperviolets that have good handwriting. Merch link incoming. Just, the merch is literally just like a hoodie that has a drawn-on sticky note with a really, really crappily drawn middle finger. AOG Talents TV. Hi, how are you doing today? I was pretty serious with giving you the middle finger if you asked me to draw, Anthony Darkness Dementia Raven way, I guess I was. But in a funny way, okay. I made another sticky note while we were waiting for ads. It's the big problem sticky note. Big problem! Now I have big problem and concern. Okay, I think we're finally... Alright, ads are done, so... Ads are done. Ads are done. Ads are done! You actually want to buy some? I mean, I do, in all seriousness, I do want to get, like, an actual merch store up again at some point, Indy. Techie actually drew us a couple of really cool things for merch when I finally get around to doing it. I'm sorry that I haven't. Just trying to make money, you know, the usual. Well, hopefully all goes well, Talons. Post-it note doodle is an add-on for spending so many dollary dues on sticker in the future when you sell stickers. Alright, with the sharp clack of a lock releasing, the door swung open. Ahead of them, in the small hallway, were the pitiful remains of the 9th man. Yeah, I really need to get an actual merch store. I do have, you can purchase commission work from me on my VGen, but I don't have, like, merchandise to buy yet. Soon, TM. For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. Seven, too, seemed paralyzed. Blood! Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. Well, probably because he doesn't have to look at it. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten. The door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked towards one shoulder. Junpei and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. Cool spooky skull! Can I have this spooky skull on my wrist all the time just because it looks cool? Seven and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them, and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life. That's pink, though. The detonator had begun its countdown! They had scarcely processed this information when... Oh. Goodbye, door. With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut. I like the detail of the blood splatter on this side of the door. Unless they could find the device that would deactivate the detonators on their wrists, they would not be leaving the hallway.
Hey! Where's the dead?
The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all three of them felt. Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall next to the closed door labeled 5. Found it! Right here! As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other two scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. Woo! We're not gonna explode, that's good. Well, it looks like it stopped. As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand.
God damn, this thing's gonna give me a heart attack.
A muscle stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching.
Jumpy, are you all right? Are you guys okay?
They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side of the door. Yeah, we're fine! The detonators have been deactivated! They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door, the three men could feel the tension disperse. Man, imagine if that guy had been lying and we all just died and that was the end of the game. What if he lied and that was the end of the game? What would we even do? Just be miserable, I guess. Reload my save, probably.
Alright, we're moving on. Be careful, okay?
Okay! Sure thing! Dot, dot, dot! They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again. Junpei looked around. Ooh, more exploring!
Hi, Jonyu.
Yeah, ending L, the guy lies. You take out the chip in your brain and you fall over. Good ending. Hi, SOG, how are you doing? It's lightish red. Are we gonna start arguing about my hair color after this game, chat? Is that what's gonna happen? My hair is not pink, it's lightish red. The hallway hit a dead end 20 or 30 feet from where they stood. A thick iron wall blocked their way. Try as they might to force it, the wall refused to move. To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. Yay! In the middle of it was a plaque that read, First Class.
A first-class cabin, huh?
Well, it seems like it. Let's have a look then, shall we? Oh my god, I actually forgot that that's an old Red versus Blue reference. I forgot. Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but... He stopped just short of the threshold and looked back, not knowing why. Lying in the small hallway was a man's body. Or at least, what was left of it. He'd tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave. His mind. What had once been a man's internal organs now looked so much like vomit. As though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood. The lumps of glistening flesh spread across floor. The awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines. The head wretched to some grotesque, unnatural position. At least we don't actually see his face. Or probably lack thereof. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked, and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face. It's paper! Not gonna lie, that was the first thing I thought of too, Orma. I'm like, can I yoink that bracelet and then use it to scam my way through the doors? You know what? Let's look to the notebook. I wrote down the rules. I read, yeah. Let's see. I think I wrote them maybe at the end. Nope. No, I guess I didn't. Oh well. Probably not. I'm gonna assume not. That would kind of be like a big oversight of the guy who planned all this. Oh no, why does this notebook say Death Note on it? Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscles gripped his throat. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. Happy Halloween! Hi, Chupon, how are you doing? Aw, thank you, Scarlett. Yeah, the music in this game is really good, too. Oh, whoops. Well, there's a slightly better view. Slightly better view. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through. On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. Is that a lock on the door? there they were, to his right, busy examining something. He stepped through the door and walked towards them. Spooky? What's up?
Check this out. We found this thing here on the door.
The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked? So I would assume. Is there any other way out?
We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything.
So you're telling me that unless we can open this door... Yes, we won't be going anywhere. Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room. The room they were in looked like a bedroom. He figured the room he'd originally entered was the living room or whatever passed for one on a ship.
Alright, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys.
Seek a way out! It's groovin' time. Hi, Toronto, how are you? Hi, Fear. No, not objection. Seek a way out. Seek a time out. Can we get some F's in the chat for Dub for that honorable Sudoku? Alright. First class cabin. Let's see. It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah, yes, you know, that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you could say that every day when a woman looks into one of these, she is staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? Sexism for 300, Alex. This piano's cool. What's this? This isn't a score. No, it's not. It's a boat. Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here. Yeah. Then I imagine will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It is now possible to use the map screen. Hooray! I have a map! And I can view it during story sections. It is entirely different in function from the bird's eye view mode. While on the map screen, you can examine a map of the ship's floor plan, which you will acquire over the course of the story. Okay, open the menu, touch X for map. While there, you can scroll around on the floor plan with the control pad or the stylus. Touching the green parts of the floor plan will allow you to see the bird's eye view for that room. Is there other stuff we can do with the piano? What's Snake doing? He can't play, can he? The piano? There's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposefully different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes for the D keys. They play some other note. Huh. Why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. Well, I don't have anything for a song. There's a music stand. Okay, it's just the same one. That wasn't the examination dialogue you were thinking of, at least. That's good. Yep, totally empty. The lights are lit. A window. There's an iron plate nailed to it. A bed. Ah, a score plate. I see. This feels like glass. A rectangular plate of glass. Is there something written on the surface? Yeah, it's like a sheet of music with a couple of A notes. Just A's? Yeah, that's it. Kind of weird, huh? Alright, so we must be looking for multiples. Multiple of these sheets to stack on top of each other. It took Junpei by surprise. What did? Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you doing? Snake waited a moment before answering. I heard something strange. Oh, I am asking folks, Evie, to please not tell me anything about the game unless I, like, ask about it. Because I know that sometimes there are things that probably would be helpful, but I'm one of those weirdos that finds it more fun to not know those things until I figure it out. Because, well, really, it's too long of a story to explain. I'd be like, how much time you got? Something strange? Ah, well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises. Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away? No. Such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects. Like a bat. Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side immediately. So that was... huh. Yes. I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast. Certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I'm quite confident that I could defeat them. Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical. Yay, thank you for understanding, Evie. I appreciate it. Yeah, they did. There is a version on PC, Pustulant, that's also fully voiced, but, people had been telling me for years that the DS version is just kind of better because of the two screens. So I decided when I played it that I would just say, screw it. I'm gonna just play the original because I can. You don't believe me, do you? Care to give a little try? I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we? With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. Aye! A bed with a canopy. I've seen things like this in movies and stuff, but never in real life. True, you don't see too many these days. I can't see the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover's so fond of. Clover wants one of these? Yes. She wants a princess bed. Didn't I say that? Well, I'm writing that down. wants a princess bed. You never know what random information will become relevant. And then I also wanted to write down that Snake has a exceptional sense of hearing. He hear real good. You hear real good. You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Junpei. Judge her by appearances, will you? And where you should not. Okay. Man, this makes me miss my own bed and sleep. Can I look at the... Oh, I wanted to see if there was, like, something in the canopy itself, but I guess not. Man. There's nothing under the pillow. Okay, I guess that's it for the bed. Can I look... Oh, I was like, can I look under the bed? It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. A white desk. Feels kind of fancy. Snake, it's a white desk. Snake's rubbing it. This is a high quality desk. It's mahogany. Oh my god, I was right! Teak. Or perhaps mahogany. Mahogany! Wow, how can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. I bet you do. Mahogany! Oh. Okay, so there's like a couple doors. Oh, a bathroom. Maybe. Okay, I have... Yes. Well, this feels like glass. A rectangle of glass. Transparent, I assume. Yeah, mahogany doesn't elaborate at all. I mean, different types of wood do feel different. And I imagine being blind your whole life, you probably do get to know a lot of the subtleties of different materials. I can feel something's printed on the surface. What is it? A sheet of music with some C notes on it. Okay. So we probably need at least one more of those. The safe is locked.
It's one of those dial locks. It doesn't have a key. We just need to get the dials to the right place that it'll open.
Did you find anything, Seven?
Nope. How about you, Snake?
I also found nothing. Why do I feel like I'm gonna be the only one who's useful here? It's a leather suitcase with nothing inside. I can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. Okay, but what if I want to examine it? Leather suitcase. Unfortunately, there's nothing inside. But... a closet door. Why are there two of them to click on if there's nothing inside? Okay, so I guess we'll go back this way. Light switch. Nothing happens when I press it. Bathroom. Well, the sink's clean. Any water?
Nothing's coming out. We got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything.
Wait, why does this look like there's water in it then? There's a plug at the end of this chain. Let's see if I can pull it out.
Whoa, hold up!
What? What? Listen! I've seen Silent Hill! Maybe there's something in there that we can't see!
I was just thinking we might be able to use the water.
Use the water? For what, huh? This faucet's really hard to turn. Man, it doesn't matter how hard I yank on it, the thing won't budge.
Huh, hard for you to turn, kid? How about you let a man give it a shot? Damn it, nothing. Might as well be a damn rock. Looks like something's holding that knob in place.
So are you gonna apologize to Junpei at least? Well, if you can't do it, Seven, I guess we might as well give up. But it's full of gross it's gross cloudy water. The water's dirty, but the rest of the bathtub looks comparatively clean. Almost like the dirty water was moved there from somewhere else intentionally. Yeah, because, dude, I'm telling you. Something's bothering Seven. Maybe I'll hold off on pulling this plug for a moment. There's something in the bathtub, though! I know it!
The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything in there. Testing, testing. Hey, great to see you all here. I just flew in from New York, and boy, am I all tired. Yeah, thank you. I'll be here all week. Try the view.
That's not a mic, Seven. It's just a shower head.
What? What the hell?
Have you never seen a shower head? Why would there be a microphone mounted to the wall of the bathroom? And there we are in the mirror. What a pair. A college kid and a terrifying giant of a man in a beanie. Stuck in a cramped bathroom with this beast of a man. What would my parents say?
Huh? Something wrong, Junpei? You look real sad all of a sudden.
No, nothing. Well, Junpei, are you having some bisexual panic you don't want to admit to? It's a sink! The water doesn't appear to be working. Okay. Okay, I think I've looked at everything in the bathroom. Oh, there's a note here. A heavy piece of paper that's been folded in half. It has score printed on the front of it. Score? That's gotta mean musical score. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. Okay, but is there anything else? Oh, maybe we have to combine that with these when we get them all. Hi, Ichigo. I hope you're doing well.
It's a chair.
Thank you. I would not have known it was a chair otherwise.
A chair, huh? That chair looks nice. Mind if I take a load off?
I think you'd be doing the opposite. Oh my god! That chair does look pretty comfortable. So, yeah, I think Junpei has something for large men. I think he's into that. Somebody spent a lot of time carving the legs of this chair. It'll snap like a twig if Seven sits on it, though.
Mind your own business!
A chair with intricately carved legs.
There's some sort of antique desk. Makes sense, though, I guess. The whole room's full of antiques. You can get a nice handful of cash for all the stuff in here.
How much cash? An old-fashioned desk adds a little class to the room. Avast!
I get it. You're gonna use this vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. We just gotta fill this thing with water.
What? What are you talking about?
Aw, man, you don't get it? Just grab that face and take a look around. You'll figure it out soon enough.
Are you kidding me? Is the game literally backseating me? Take the vase! Get the water! Throw the baby in the lake! There was once a vase on this table, and now it's gone. Okay, it still says the same thing about the score paper. This couch looks just big enough for 3 people.
Looks perfect for me.
What?
Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself.
The couch looks a lot more elegant. Wow!
Hey, there's something you aren't saying.
Never mind. Dude, Junpei, why are you being so rude to Seven? What did he ever do to you, man? There's an iron grate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. Ah. Oh my god, there's so many doors. Hold on. It's a suitcase made of leather, the color of rich mahogany!
Well, shoot, looks like there's nothing in it.
A leather suitcase.
Nothing in there.
Aha! It's a rectangular piece of glass. Yeah. A couple of G notes. Okay. Okay, I guess I can't do anything with that right now. Let's see, that's it.
Where are you going? Didn't we come out of that door? No point going back there. All that's out there, a locked number door and a dead body or what's left of it. Yeah.
Oh. The 9th man's body is on the other side of that door. Maybe I don't want to go out there after all. Toilet!
There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious.
I mean, actually, I'm gonna say this is a good bathroom because the toilet paper is put on there the correct way. The toilet looks clean.
It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank.
It's a toilet. Nothing strange going on here. It's a toilet. 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 Toilet. The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up. Hooray! Now we have some gross water. Oh, no, wrong door. No. Oh my god, I'm like really turned around now. Here we go. I was gonna come over here to the fireplace and put the fire out.
About time, buddy. Let's do it.
Here we go! Hooray! We put the fire out!
Haha, good job! Another success! That fire didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, if only we could throw the gross water on Snake instead. Charcoal? No, it looks like coal. Maybe that stuff called Coke? Hey, Final Fantasy XIV is back. Now that the fire's out, I think I can see something in there. Yeah, can I get it? Let's pull that out. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Doodly-doo! It's a score plate.
It's a ceramic plate of some kind. It looks like a blank sheet of music.
Okay. Sort of proto-score on a ceramic plate. Interesting. Okay. Let's go back and talk to what's-his-face. Or I guess maybe it will just happen. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled. Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little, dizzy, that's all.
Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head as if to clear it.
What the hell's wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason?
So, what you're saying is that you actually weren't, like, being suspicious in the... That explains why your story was missing details. Has memory loss and dizziness. Memory loss? Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned.
Right, guess I, haven't told you, have I? Told the rest of them, but that must have been before you showed up. Well, the long and short of it is that I don't remember jack from before I woke up here. Didn't realize I hadn't told you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Oh. Yeah, I guess that's true. Zarubara! Hi, Zaru! Enjoy your cozy lurk! I hope you're doing good. I hope work is treating you well. Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven. Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure, I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-deck. But that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble or worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
That's it?
That's it.
You know, honestly, I appreciate that. It's a good way of looking at it.
Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Plus, you know, if the amnesia doesn't go away in 7.5 hours and we don't solve this, then we're gonna die, so then it won't be a problem. Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret and turned to walk away. Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. Me too, Rio. Me too. Doomswag. Hi, Doomswag. How's it going? Did you end up making the banded armor for that person? Alright, let's see. Couch does look pretty elegant. It doesn't really go with 7, though. Yeah, it could. You don't know. Don't be judgy. Okay, so we have 4 square sheets. I guess technically I should have put it... Can I, like... Yeah, score it. You put sheet music in it. Yeah, I have... Seven, you can read music? Huh, didn't call that one.
What, you think I'm some kind of idiot? Yeah, I know how to read music.
Well, I don't. Why is that one turned funny? Is it because I turned it? Probably. Okay. Well, I was thinking that maybe I needed to, I don't know, maybe I need to go back to the piano or something? The closet. Hey, Chrono Crash, how are you doing? Unless, well, actually, maybe now, can we pull this out now? All right, why don't we just drain this water?
Yeah, good plan.
All right, where's that thing? A good tug ought to be enough to get it out. Huh? Now that we put the fire out, maybe... Aha! Da-na-na-na! I was right! It's the Silent Hill thing. There's something in the bathtub. There's something in the bathtub.
Score plate D! A transparent plate made of glass, yeah?
It's a sheet music with a couple of D notes on it. So we have A, G, D, C, and then this score plate. Okay. Yeah, a music stand. Seems as good a place as any to put this music we found. Just gotta put the ceramic plate on the bottom and then stack the glass plates on top of it. All right, good. Good! Ooh, boba coffee actually sounds really good. You're doing well. Oh, you got it made while in Quanos. Nice! I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Sweet. Now we can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I am unable to, you see? I'm sure I needn't tell you, but the keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. I don't know how to play piano or read notes. So, you know, I'm so happy that's a requirement. Oh, you have to start over if you, okay. Oh, is it one of the half notes? No, those don't work at all, okay. How? Hang on. Okay. Yeah, those keys don't work at all. Okay. Hi, Israel. How are you doing? Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that they have a visual indicator for whether or not you were correct. Wait, it was... Those are lower. Okay. Yeah, so what's... I think it's that one? Damn it, I keep, like, looking at it wrong, too. No, that's still too high. Was it that one, maybe? Okay, I think it's that one. Oh, yeah, because, I see. Because, yeah. I was, for some reason, my brain was thinking that was a note we hadn't played yet. Okay, I hate the fact that it starts over. That is infuriating. I don't want you to start over. Just... Because there's also not really a way for me to write this down. There's not a way for me to write this down. Man, I don't know. Wait, also that doesn't make any sense. Why is that note suddenly different? Oh, wait. Oh, no, because I'm looking at the wrong effing one. God damn it. May I make a suggestion? No. Thank you, though. This is like a trap for my brain, though. It's literally like a trap for my brain because sometimes I'll like see things diagonally. Oh my god, it's a clock. That's the song that plays on a grandfather clock. Dong 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 dong. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it. Looks like it worked. I had something on lock over by the exit. Let's go. Yeah, I think he probably does like clocks. Yay, thank you for the class chat. Also, hi Quark, how are you doing today? Sorry, I was like very intently looking at the piano keys. And I was holding up a finger over the starting one, like on my screen, so that I could remember which one was which.
Stand, bow, be seated.
Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. No, soap! Soap! Ack, thank you for gifting a sub to Evie. Yeah, Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? Oh, is that also the classroom bell? We didn't have that classroom bell. I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school.
Westminster?
The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London.
The capital of England, huh?
At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Big Ben, Big Ben, Big Ben! Was the suggestion that you had me holding my finger up physically to my monitor item? Because that's totally what I did. That's totally what I did. The sign's green now. Green! 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 It's unlocked.
Then what the hell are we sitting around here for? Let's get out of here!
All right, let's go.
You found it.
Yeah, but see, numbering the keys 1 through 8 and then writing down which number you're supposed to play in order makes too much sense. I have to do it in a way where it's just shy of being logical to a normal person so that it makes everyone really upset. Because that's the life of a streamer. He came out of the door and into a long, straight hallway. He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him. Seven was bent over, apparently doing something to the door. What's he up to? Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently Seven had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. In order to keep the door from locking again. Now we can come back here anytime we want, right?
That's actually a good idea. Why would you want to come back here? Rage baiting. I'm pretty sure I mastered that a long time ago, Ak. Most of the stuff he wrote down was so you wouldn't struggle as much when doing the second pass of some of the puzzles, since you have to do that in the DS version, but not really in the PC port. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Snake was a reasonable one. Item, also a reasonable one. Seven thought about it for a moment before he answered.
I might like to play a little piano.
Piano?
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Without waiting for an answer, Seven started off down the hallway. Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed Seven. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself. He had difficulty enough believing Seven could play the piano. But even if he could, the piano they'd just left was largely useless. The keyboard completely scrambled. If Seven wanted to come back, it was unlikely he intended to do so in order to play the piano. Okay. Let me raise a point for you here, Junpei. Have you seen any other bathroom on this ship? Maybe Seven is leaving himself an open door in case, in the middle of all this, he gets the anxiety poops, okay? Just all right? Let the man go in peace. Left plate in first class door. Hi, Luna. To keep it unlocked. Okay. Yeah, remove the bombs. Except for, I mean, by the time it makes it far enough into our intestines to remove the bombs, I'm pretty sure the ship's going to have already sunk. Hi, Luna. Have a good day. But if that was the case, why would he want to leave the door unlocked? Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away towards his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area. A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided it in half. They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move. Behind the grate were two elevators. From so far away, however, it was difficult to tell if they were still operating. On the left side of the grate was a door. Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open. Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. Standing guard at the top of the stairway was a large iron gate. Of course. Hi, Luna. Luna demands attention. Look at your kitty. You're so cute. Luna, you're so cute. I love this kitty. Foreboding as it was, the gate seemed to be the sort that could be opened, unlike the metal grates that bisected the room. With luck, Junpei hoped he might be able to get it open. Oh, hey! The female symbol and a key! It's Kitty. She wanted some pets. Well, yeah, what you wanted, baby? Some pets. Yes. Are you gonna lay down and take a nap? The female symbol! I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Let's see, did I write down anything about... Yeah, actually the bathroom has been a key plot point in other Spike Chunsoft games I've played, so... Let's see... Alright, so I wrote down there's, yeah, and Pico having IBS, yeah. Pecco? I think it was Pecco. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure. The Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies. Okay, so... I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Sun! Saturn! Earth! Which I believe, also have numbers associated with them. So, as you can see, that one is likely. perfect. Oh my god. Bruh, is my Sailor Moon knowledge about to seriously come in handy? I feel like my Sailor Moon knowledge is literally going to come in handy here. Not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol. So I assume. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized Seven had slipped away. His absence now felt. Snake and Junpei turned to look for their missing companion. There, Seven had left them to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs. Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after Seven. Before long, the three of them stood in front of a door. It was a French door. Ba-da-da-da! It was a door. Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others that they had encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside. It's a casino! Aw, man, we can go gambling! Woo! Let's go gambling! Hey, Radio Jenner. Hey, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome to... Spoonee gets distracted with a million tangents while also trying to solve the puzzle of how do we get off of the sinking Titanic in 7.5 hours. It only took a moment for Junpei to take in his new surroundings. Is this some kind of casino? Sure looks like one. And before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind him made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through. And we're locked in, aren't we? As Seven and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration, then kicked the door for good measure. It looked as though they were once again locked in. There was no reason to panic, however. Even if the door had been left open, there was nowhere for them to go back there. They'd have to find another way out.
Alright guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling, let's go! Quickly now!
Spurred to action by Seven's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Seek a way out! I haven't saved in a bit, so we should save. Yeah, we literally just propped open a door, so I don't know why we let that one close. Maybe it was a weighted door, so it closed really quickly.
Those are some strange looking chandeliers. They look kind of like the UFOs from that movie, Michelle's Farm Tools.
What the hell kind of movie is that? What? I don't even know what that is. A number of luxurious chandeliers hang from the ceiling. The bar!
Wow, will you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning.
Damn, you really drank it. We don't even know how long it's been there. Or if it's poison. Junpei, I found this on the counter. It feels like a playing card.
7.
But it also has a funky looking X on the back. The 7 of spades. Okay.
One more sip.
I don't think so. I'm cutting you off, pal.
The That's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks should taste great out of glasses like these.
Oh, you think these are the glasses that Majima used to trick Kiryu into thinking that he was giving him, like, million-yen whiskey? Yeah, the training videos.
Hey, Junpei, I just found this on the shelf.
Huh? A playing card? What's this one? 4. The 4 of spades! The counter's pretty well polished. The chandeliers hang chandelier-like from the ceiling. Good. Good. That table has a card on it too. This is a 5. Nothing on the table anymore.
It's a chair.
Yep, totally a chair. Again, a chair. It feels like a chair. Nothing more, nothing less. Why are you guys so obsessed with chairs? Junpei, I can feel a frame here. What sort of painting is it? Clouds, maybe? Clouds? Well, maybe it's a rabbit. A rabbit? Well, if it's not that, it might be a close-up of some teeth. Oh, I guess there's actually nothing there. Just a blank piece of canvas and a frame. I see. How strange. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Nothing painted on it. What are these? Weird-looking thing floating there. Alright, well, there's also a card here. 6. Okay, so far we have 7, 6, 5, 4. So we almost have a straight, for what that's worth. Oh, hey! When those 2 lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. Ooh, coin bag. There are a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag.
Look at all those coins.
Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Oh, all right. I didn't know that we needed to convince anything to move. Let's see. Okay, there's that bar.
That square table, it looks like a mahjong table.
Do you play Mahjong 7?
Maybe? I don't remember exactly, but, I do remember a couple hands and some of the rules, so I figure I must have played it at some point.
Excellent. Once we've vacated this vessel, I should like to play a game with you.
Can you, play?
So long as you tell me which tiles I'm eliminating, yes, I believe I have at least enough skills to defeat an amateur. However, I must ask you to remove the red tiles when we play. I don't know how to play Mahjong, so... Another card, a 3. Okay. Suddenly, 7 began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
Straights are worth one. Hey! Straight people are people too, item. Just because we aren't straight doesn't mean straight people aren't valuable. They are. Junpei shook his head. He'd barely even heard of the game.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit? See, Baccarat's kind of an unusual game. You got the banker and the player, and the whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games too. See, you take the number from the one's place after you add up all the value of your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number's smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Got it?
It's 9s again!
Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums the core game up pretty well. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have, the strongest hand is a 9, and the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. You get it?
He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful. Although he had only half understood most of it, Junpei now felt as though he had some grasp of how victory was won in Baccarat. However... Oh, I agree fairly. Pennies are not valuable. I think we can all agree that pennies can just go away forever. We don't need them. However, Junpei had no way of knowing if the puzzle on the Baccarat table in front of them made use of those rules, and if it did, in what way. No problem, he told himself. He'd simply have to try everything he could think of. Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table and tried to solve a puzzle. I can see the playing card behind the thick glass case. It's the 8 of spades. Okay. Hey, Seven, are we really supposed to play Baccarat?
It's Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do?
Huh.
Ah, stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent's hand?
Well, there's an 8 in that glass case.
Alright, then that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number?
3 cards?
There's a couple of indentations with white lines around them, right? Those mean we gotta put down 3 cards, so...
Place 3 cards here and defeat the opponent's 8. That's what I gotta do, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Huh. Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. Before I start, I'd better make sure I've got the rules straight. Okay, yes! Oh my god, I'm gonna punch someone. Myself. I'm gonna punch myself in the head, it's fine. But I hate the imagined savings of the 99-cent amount. Because then everything's uneven. I just want it to be even. I guess that's true. Pennies are good for malicious compliance. Okay, so... 7 and 3 would be 10, so 1 plus 6 would be 7. So, okay, we can't use the 7. Or, actually, we probably can. We just need to, we can't use the 3, that's what it is. So, we need, let's see, that would be 4. I think we need to make 18. We just need to make 18, so that would be 5, 6, and 7, wouldn't it? But I forgot that this was on the bottom one. Okay, so I put down the 5, the 6, and the 7 because 18, and then you add 1 and 8 is 9. Unless I just completely misunderstood the rules. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Great!
You did it, Junpei! You think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it!
Hooray! I did it. Alright, let's take this card. Alright, I now have the 8, 4, and the 3. can I pick these back up or? Oh no, they're stuck to the table now. They won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Okay, so I traded in the 5, the 6, and the 7 for the 8. Okay. It seems the card is attached to the panel, and attached very well, it seems. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? It's a playing card. The Ace of Spades, in fact. Here's the card slot. We need to put a playing card here. Alright, let's give it a shot. I mean... yeah, because 1 plus 8 is 9. And in you go. Hey! Alright, it opened up! It seems we have another device to contend with, yes?
There's 3 slots in this one.
Okay, and I only have 2 cards, so... yeah, okay, we need, according to this, we need 3 more cards that add up to 9. So, we have a 4 and a 3. So, okay, we need to find another card. Because I can't actually remove any of the cards. So I'm gonna guess that we get another one from a slot machine? There's a plate on it that says 2. Oh, I wonder if, okay, I wonder if we have to play on the machine that must be it. Okay, hang on. 4. Hi, NRL, how are you doing? Let's see, we have 4 and 3, so that's 5, 6, 7. So 8, 9, we need a 2. So I'm gonna assume that means we need to play on this one. This is the coin slot. That's right, that blue bag we just found is full of coins. Okay. All right, let's drop this coin into the coin slot. Come on, you little bastards, I only need one of you. What? Spin roulette. Oh my god, we literally are gambling. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, hold on. I need to go back and look at the symbols on that were on the fireplace, I think. Hitting these reels just right. The timing's, well, it's not easy. I don't believe you need to hit them just right. Huh? Yeah, yes. I just need to go look at the fireplace again. Yeah, we need to hit... the clover. And then the diamond. And then the heart. Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Yes, the symbols on the reel. Oh my god! Guys! Guys, just let me... It's fine. I'm fine. Seven! Ding, 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 ding! Whee! I did it! I think I hear something unlocking there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There's something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes? That's a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. Alright. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, playing card. And this. A key with the Venus symbol on it. Excellent, Junpei. Now we'll be able to open the gate. Then we just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Oh, I know how. Give me the playing card. Key in my pocket for later. Yep, it's a 2. Okay, so we're gonna come over here and we're gonna put the playing cards in here. 3 slots for cards, and there's a 9 below them. Yep. 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 Yep, 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 yep. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left into the slots.
What happens now?
Is that... Yes, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. It seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go! Let's go! I'm gonna save, actually. All right, let's go! We did it, fam. You found it! You found the serotonin of winning. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. In the center of the gate was the keyhole engraved with the Venus symbol. This time, however, Junpei had the Venus key in his pocket. Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open. All right, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open. It sounds as though you've opened it. We should be able to reach C-Deck now, I imagine. Snake, are you gonna be alright? I mean, the stairs. Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip, even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C-Deck. Junpei ran down the stairs a little farther in hopes of checking on the deck below. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven. Just what I thought! D-Deck is completely underwater!
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror. That it had not changed too greatly since they'd last seen it was a great relief. Junpei quickly retraced his steps and headed back to C-Deck. In front of the stairs were a pair of elevators. They appeared to be identical to the ones from the upper floor. Between them, attached to the wall, was another card reader. And next to that was another strange symbol. I forgot which one that is. Hey, check it out! It's the symbol for Lotus.
What?
See, it's got the woman symbol and then it's got devil horns, right?
Ha 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 ha!
I feel like I just got sent to another planet.
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check. Oh, that's the belly dancer lady. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader. This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes. Wings and a staff, huh? So she beats you with a staff until you die and go to heaven? No. I want to meld into my chair and just vanish like a ghost. Sounds like Lotus, all right. Ho 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 ho! Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside of his skull. Notice the jiggling. He began to feel rather ill. Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find the keycard with a Mercury symbol on it.
Mercury for elevators. Mercury for elevators, yeah! Okay. So I would assume they decided to leave the elevators alone for the time being and headed back to the stairs. To the left was another hallway. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small.
Oh shit, we're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
Maybe we can come back here later. Let's check out the other side. They turned around and went back the way they'd come. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship. After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors.
Well, let's open them up.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. I don't know why we're thrilled about the unlocked doors. Because, quite frankly, every time we've come to an unlocked door, we have immediately been locked behind it. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Oh, hey, it's a bunch of bunks and more numbered doors. Good. He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place?
A massive room stretched out in front of them. More a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. Beds! The spookiest thing. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had last been able to put a name to that harsh scent that pervaded the room. Oh, I'm not good at smelling, so... The room was full of the clean smell of antiseptic solution. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. Yeah, he ain't afraid of no bed. He ain't afraid of no sleep. Also, there's 3, 7, 8, and then a door that's not numbered. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. The door on the right bore an 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at those doors.
Yeah, good idea.
The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceed to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Ah, even the unlabeled one is locked. Bummer. Yep, locked. Just like I thought. Naturally, after all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out.
Suddenly, 7 spoke up, interrupting Snake.
Look at the red, there's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing.
Right? You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out. Well, Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. The future refused to change. They tried pulling the lever and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning. The red on door 7 and the red on door 3, none of them worked. What, they wondered, did it mean?
They gotta be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who would screw around with something like this.
Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far. And you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all.
While Junpei and 7 talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of getting the feeling that our other party needs to arrive before we can actually use these. I feel like whoever is left of the other party has to get here. And then we have to pick probably 3 doors. That's just my guess. Because, like, right now, there's only 3 of us anyway, so we'd only be able to go through 1 door. And even still, let's see, we have 5, 7. Yeah, we don't even have, like, a number combination that could go in the doors together. There'd be 2 people. If even. No, actually, yeah. Snake and I could go through door 7, but then we would have to leave 7 by himself. So I don't think that would work. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke. It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed. Internal hardware? That's what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device. A long, thin slit ran alongside the bottom of it. As he looked harder, he realized it was more of a slot than a slit, and that it was clearly meant to accommodate some manner of electrical device. The other two reds were the same. Something had clearly been removed from all three of them. I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts. So I assume. But why? And who? I mean, it doesn't really make sense. I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that? Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening. The three of them turned and saw... Akane! Oh no, Junpei thought it's... June! She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions who were coming in through the door behind her. Ace, Santa, Clover, and Lotus all poured out of the door. Each of them was surprised as the last to see Junpei, Snake, and Seven. Shocked. Yeah, I imagine it's hard to find beta testers for murder games. Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for words. What are you guys doing?
Why are you...
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. Well, he was kind of a jerk anyway. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. Well, repeat testers for murder games tend to create proteges like in Saw. At least I would assume. So then I guess they're not QA testing it for you. They're making them for you.
This is bad, though. If the red isn't working, we can't keep going.
What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there we might be able to go.
No, there's nothing there. The five of us had a quick look. There were a great many rooms, although none of them appeared to have held patients for quite some time. Patients? You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms?
Yes.
Apparently they have a number of individual rooms in addition to this large central room.
There was a door down at the end of the hallway, too, but it was locked.
It had one of those solar system mark thingies on it.
It was the Jupiter symbol.
Jupiter. It's a 4! I wonder what it means. Confusion seemed to be the consensus. That reminds me, what's the deal with this big room anyway? What is this thing? Was this some kind of huge passenger ship? No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up.
I bet it's the hospital ship. In fact, it's probably the gigantic.
The gigantic?
Woo!
Junpei looked at Seven, shocked by both his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. He was not the only one! So hey, Ak, you remember when you joked about it being the Gigantic? Yeah. The reason why I laughed about it is that I was like, well, you know, that's actually a possibility. Turns out we are in the Gigantic. What's the Gigantic? Seven nodded to Lotus and began to speak.
The Gigantic.
He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had 2 sister ships. Another one of them also sank, and there was one ship that had not sank. Yeah. Which I guess it's like literally gonna tell us about now. Yeah, the Britannic was the other one that sank. The Titanic had 2 sister ships who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Ba-bum! Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. Yeah, it's I think the actual name is the Olympic, but I mean, I imagine they probably didn't want to just flat out call it the Olympic for like creative license reasons and I don't know. Probably just to not have to deal with that, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, was the Gigantic like a nickname for it? Now I'm wondering. Let's go to Wikipedia. Let's see. RMS Olympic was a British ocean liner and the lead ship of the White Star Line's trio of Olympic-class liners. Olympic had a career spanning 24 years, from 1911 to 1935, in contrast to her short-lived sister ships, Titanic and Britannic. This included service as a troop ship during the First World War, which gained her the nickname Old Reliable, and during which she rammed and sank the U-boat U-103. She returned to civilian service after the war and served successfully as an ocean liner throughout the 1920s and into the first half of the 1930s. Although increased competition and the slump in trade during the Great Depression after 1930 made her operation increasingly unprofitable. Olympic was withdrawn from service and sold for scrap on the 12th of April, 1935, which was completed in 1937. So I was trying to see... Oh, interesting. So, okay, they're actually... Alright, I'm looking up Wikipedia. But according to Wikipedia, at least, the Britannic was the one who never operated as a passenger ship and served as a hospital ship during World War I until it hit a mine and sank in the sea. So they're calling this the Gigantic, and they actually mean the Britannic in this case? Now I'm looking. Okay, there was like a rumor, I guess, that they were gonna name the third ship Gigantic, but then change the name. So 2 of them sank, Harley Quincy. 2 of them sank. So obviously the Titanic, as most of us probably know, hit an iceberg. The Britannic hit a mine and sank. And then the Olympia was the only one that didn't sink, but it was eventually scrapped due to lack of profit, essentially. Yeah, it was eventually sold for scrap. Interesting. Okay, so this is on a J. Milford Titanic website. One of the most enduring myths surrounding the Titanic story is actually about her younger sister, Britannic. In the summer of 1907, when the Olympic-class liners were conceived, only Olympic and Titanic had been officially named. Since the 2 ships were going to be built side by side at the same time, White Star wanted to add a 3rd ship later, but it was never given an official name at the time. The 3 ships had whole numbers and were listed as 400, 401, and 433. The public in Belfast knew about the White Star Line's order for 3 new ships and knew of Olympic and Titanic, but they were curious about the 3rd ship's name. As curiosity grows, unauthorized publications such as posters and articles about the 3 liners began to circulate. A poster like the one pictured above left was an unofficial publication advertising Gigantic as the 3rd ship in the class. Since White Star always branded its publications, this particular one does not belong to White Star. So, let's see. Yeah, I guess the poster wasn't like actually an official White Star Line thing. And it's just like it's basically just like nobody really knows, like it's a rumor. As far as we know, it wasn't a true rumor, but you know, it's so long ago. People just thought like because the other ships were called Olympic and Titanic that Gigantic would make sense, because like that has to do with size, right? But yeah, it was just called the Britannic. But I'm guessing that they're using Gigantic here so that it's like kind of one step away from actual history, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like original fanfic. The iceberg hit Titanic, but it started a smear campaign to blame the Titanic for it. Hi, Nibelung, how are you doing today? And hi, Ash, how are you? Good to see y'all. Yeah, so, yeah, the Britannic was the one to hit the mine. So, they are talking about the Britannic from what I'm piecing together, because people thought that the Britannic was going to be called the Gigantic, and it wasn't. Yeah. So, this is supposed to be the Britannic, which sunk because of a mine. But I guess in this timeline, she managed to run aground after the incident and consequently was not sunk, which is actually probably the real, yeah, okay. Now that I read that sentence, I hadn't actually got around to reading the second sentence of this because I went off on a tangent looking up whether or not any of the ships were ever actually called Gigantic. Yeah, it's like the early 1900s version of Switch 2 rumors. Okay, so in the storyline of 999, the Gigantic doesn't actually sink. So that's probably why they chose to call it the Gigantic instead of the Britannic, because like it's not actually going according to the way history went. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gourdane purchased her. Lord Gourdane, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. Oh boy. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gordain's eye. So, you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship? Yeah, I'll probably take a break in a few minutes. I just wanted to finish this, like, section. Okay, let's see. Gigantic. Britannic. Is the ship we're on in 999. It didn't sink and was maybe bought by Titanic survivor. Lord Gordain. Yeah, I really get the feeling that this is going to be another one of those cases where the Titanic has like a siren call for really rich people to build submarines. Go down there, except for they don't build it out of reliable materials. You got this idea for a new anime. There's a high school girl, but she's got a huge ship. I mean, like a serious honker. Absolutely gigantic. Yeah, like, it is absolutely amazing that the Titanic, I swear, like, holds the record for killing the most rich people. Hi, Jordan. How are you doing? Yeah, James Cameron went a bunch, but, you know, he went in an actual submarine that was built for that. Not something built out of carbon fiber. Hi, John! I guess that's true. There's also Mount Everest.
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible! No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is, like, really the Gigantic.
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship, so I just figured...
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's, like, your only reason.
No, I got more.
Like...
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. Why are we judging Seven? He's right. Hi, Pudding. How are you doing? Aw, look at him scratching his head. He's so wiggly. Transfer student shows up and she's got an even bigger ship. I actually did know that. Yeah, that there was a novel called Futility. And literally it had a fictional British ocean liner named Titan that sinks in the Atlantic Ocean after striking an iceberg. Hello, hi, I'm Spoonee and I've watched a lot of random shit about Titanic. He scratched his head for a moment and then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
No, sorry.
Then, almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment. Ding dong! Ding dong! Dinner time! A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12.
It's midnight. Then we still got 6 hours left, right?
Let's just get moving. We gotta find that hardware the Reds are missing.
That's all well and good, but where are we gonna look?
Well, we've already searched the big patient room.
They had been examining the room as they talked.
But we haven't found anything.
Right.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
Just one?
Well, not just one.
Wait a minute! Are you telling me we have to search all of these rooms?
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right? We checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total. Alright then, that's 5 rooms we don't have to search.
I love how Lotus is like so personally offended that she'll have to look through some rooms. Also, you know what? That's very fair, Item. Lotus probably does get a pass to Judge 7 because of earlier. It's John! Oh, sad but not too sad, so you'll be alright. Well, I'm glad you're hanging in there and we'll be okay, Pudding.
If we split up, it won't be that bad. If each of us could do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms? Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. 7 fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe?
Math! Alright, I am gonna save my game. And I think before we get into who's going to examine what room, I've been live for over 3 hours, and I want a snack. So I'm gonna get a snack. And I'm gonna make myself some more coffee for Thinky Thinks. And then, when we come back, there's gonna be doopity-doop-boop-a-doop more 99999999999. It's gonna be more 999. Thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate it. I hope I'm doing an okay-ish job solving these puzzles and at least being entertaining while doing so. Don't go too far. Or if you do, just come back! Because puzzles. Puzzles are good. Puzzles are great. Alrighty, y'all, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. I hope you had a nice break. I ate some peanut butter crackers. I talked to Angry Trees on the phone a little. And I totally made a coffee. I totally made another coffee. I probably shouldn't have, but I did. No one can stop me but me, and I won't stop me. So, you know how it goes. Hello! I'm back. Okay. Dude, my brains are, like, so dead right now. So, I'm hoping that the coffee helps. Thank you for the welcome backs. No, we don't want to quit. We would like to continue playing. No one can stop Bar Domino. Aw, now I want to play No One Can Stop Mr. Domino again. After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with, and in what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined when they would return to report their findings, the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If the strategy failed, they returned to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin their searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. Alright, so who got murdered? He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. So where is Snake? They had gathered in front of door number 8. But perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him.
Jumpy, look!
She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. The display on the front of the red read,
Vacant.
Junpei sighed. Come on, guys, who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it.
Well,
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What is up with you guys? They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, like, that's the thing? We don't know. You don't know? When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other 2? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes. Satisfied they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Okay, so I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hand, as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh? Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does that mean that he found them? I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either. I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person?
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell's he up to?
Maybe he's lost?
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place. Clover raised her head. No, that's impossible! Objection! Suddenly she was shouting.
Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible.
Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him.
The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey! Hold on, Clover! Wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone. Damn it! What should we do now? Well, the red is working now?
No, we're not leaving two people behind. We should go look for them.
Oh man, this ain't good.
Oh yeah, what an excellent idea! We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now, let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Yeah, maybe he's pooping. Chekhov's toilet. Junpei and the others nodded at one another and took off at a run. Bum, bum, bum. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon, only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. Also, dude, I don't know why. I have, like, such a bad headache today that, like, having my hair up and, like, pigtails at all is, like, actually making it worse. So, I'm gonna take my hair down. I'm gonna take my hair down because it's making the headache worse. Yeah, we're splitting the party! Why would that ever be a bad idea, Ormo? What do you mean? Splitting the party has never gone wrong for anyone, ever? It's literally never gone wrong for anyone, ever, 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 ever. So, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything is gonna be fine. Just don't panic, and you'll be fine. Don't panic, and you will be saved. That's how it works, right? Just don't panic, and you'll be saved. Okay, that's better. Alright, we should go too.
Yes, let's go. But where should we start?
Let's see. Oh, there's decisions. I'm gonna save. first class cabin. Because the door's open.
Sounds good.
They took off up the stairs at a run. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? I'm gonna talk to her. What? Are you alright? He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but, he could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to.
Alone.
Her voice was thin and barely audible.
Alone.
Huh?
Alone. I said, leave me alone!
Suddenly, she was screaming.
You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Did you hear me?
Wow, this just got really awkward.
Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
Alright. Let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. Okay. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Well, yeah, this is really awkward now. Hi, Apak, how are you doing? Hi, Kiro, how are you? Good to see y'all. I'm sure everything's gonna turn out fine. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake and fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile. So, where do you think we should go next? I mean, I guess the hallway with all the rooms, since that's where we lost him, right? Why don't we go back to C deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together, they ran down the stairs. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake, where are you? Answer me if you're there!
Junpei paused. What did he want to do? This is so nerve-wracking that there's all these decisions. I guess let's run to him? Decisions are hard. With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ah, hello there. Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet either?
Junpei nodded.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover's sake.
Right.
June's face looked kind of enraptured. By the way, Do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings? Also, I think my childhood crush might have a crush on you.
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei. Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. You know, siblings don't necessarily always look super duper crazy alike, right? Like, she also totally could have, like, dyed her hair, for one thing. Visual novels. Decisions are hard. They are. Decisions are very difficult. Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it?
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock's ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
At June's urging, they left. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil. There was so much to think about, but no. It would have to be put aside by now. Or for now. As Ace had said, finding Snake was their top priority. Junpei did his best to clear his mind. Alright, where should we go next? Wait, I can go back to the first class cabin? Hi, Shadow Reaver. How are you doing? That's true. They could also be step-siblings, and they're just close enough that they don't really feel the need to, like, tell people, yeah, we're step-siblings. Is it bad that I kind of want to go back to the first-class cabin? I'm doing it. Let's go check out the first-class cabin.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
They turned and headed toward B-Deck. I just want to see if there's anything different. No one was there. Junpei figured they might have more luck somewhere else, but where? Okay, so basically it's just a nothing. Okay. I guess I'll go to the casino then. How about the casino?
Let's go take a look.
They turned and headed off down the hallway to their right at a jog. You're doing good, Shadow Reaver. Just playing some Baldur's Gate 3 since patch 7 came to console. Oh, nice! Nice, I hope you're enjoying it. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him, unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake? I'm just not seeing it. Really? Maybe I need to look harder. Junpei did not think that was the problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? I mean, just because I listened to it doesn't mean I'm agreeing to it. Sure. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah, what? You need me to, like, explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1. 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Math.
But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8. Then we add another person. Huh? Who? What? Isn't that easy? 7. She was right. If they added 7... Ah, more math. I don't see math! If they added 7...
5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. And then 2 plus 6 equals 8.
Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But... hold on a sec. What about the other 4? Why don't you add them up? That was simple enough.
1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. And then 1 plus 0 equals 1.
So basically, they would be hacked. The digital root for those 4 would be 1. That's right. And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. No. Are you saying you'd leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort. Really? Why do you think that? You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours. Well, you never know until you try. No, you're not thinking this through. Oh wait, that's Junpei. Temu Kirby is kind of terrifying. This is a finger puppet I got in a pack of 12 finger puppets from IKEA a long time ago. I have that in an elephant, and then somewhere I have the other ones. I just don't know where they are. No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right. The digital root for us 4 will be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9. Right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck. But then you couldn't. So basically, yeah, you gotta, you kind of need everyone. Hi, Scandridon. How are you doing? 9! Lotus scratched the back of her ear. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised. Okay. Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible? Are you being serious? You do know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people got left behind. You're right. That is true. You know, about that, actually, because I was too busy, memeing and thinking about Titanic facts. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lotus's forehead furrowed. I mean, technically, okay, he didn't specify that was the case for door number 9, though. So we don't really know. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There's some things I need to think about. Okay. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turn to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yeah, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Okay, the amount of times that we keep saying, oh, you know, being upset, being depressed, being sad, being scared, it's not gonna help us, so I'm just gonna like chin up and you know, smile and pretend like things are fine. I feel like there's gotta be a breaking point for Junpei. Just like this is crazy talk. Like, you still have to own up to your emotions at some point, otherwise you're gonna explode. Where should we go next? Well, the only place left that we haven't been to is back to the large hospital room. So why don't we go back there? They took off at a run down the stairs. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? I mean, we've talked to everyone else. I might as well talk to him, right? Junpei and June walked up to Santa. What are you doing? What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red. Why? Is there something bothering you? What? It's not bothering you? Huh? This. The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in there?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but
who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head. I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? I mean, honestly, I think it was probably Zero. Unless, I don't know, unless Snake had also played this, and I mean, maybe there was something in that Braille letter that he didn't actually tell us, which is very possible. It definitely wasn't Lotus. I don't know. I think the easiest thing to say is probably that Zero did it. When in doubt, repress your distress! Yeah! I think it was probably Zero. Why? Isn't that obvious? He's the guy who set this whole thing up. You don't think that should mean the opposite? Seems to me like that means he didn't do it. I mean, who do you think took that stuff out in the first place? Probably Zero. I mean, you're not wrong. I just listen. He could have, like, I don't know, like, been trying to force us to go look at other stuff first. Yeah, exactly. Then why the hell would he put them back in after he'd taken them out himself? It just doesn't make sense. Why do all that work? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So what happened then? Who put that stuff back in the reds? Junpei furrowed his brow. So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned. Bingo! We have a winner. But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know they fixed the red. Yeah. But why? No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we find out something else. Something bad. Something bad? No. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course. It could have something to do with Snake's disappearance. You think maybe they did something to Snake? It's not out of the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Is our childhood crush secretly an assassin? You never know! I think we're done looking. Just no one, not even yourself! Hi, Neon, how are you doing? They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We gotta figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yeah, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Yeah, Junpei, wow, Akane, you're an assassin. You're so funny. What are you doing after we escape the murder game, by the way? Item, are you suggesting that Junpei is a mass talk girly? That's what I'm hearing. You want to go to a spirit Halloween? I heard they have ghost face masks. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice? Sacrifice? Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yeah. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. So, like, if we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people, respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people, respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind. Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. You don't know how, but now you're locked into Death Eater TikTok. Just wait. Listen, here's the thing. Dagwar Brawley. Whichever. Hello. You're great. Here's what's gonna happen to you now. You're gonna accidentally, out of curiosity, watch that entire TikTok, and then the algorithm is gonna be like, oh, you enjoyed Death Eater TikTok? Have mask talk and book talk now. You're welcome. Those Death Eaters are violating their rules? Really? I mean, I guess technically Death Eater TikTok is kind of mass talk. I mean, there's also... Oh, I haven't seen any where they've actually touched guests. I've only seen ones where they, like, lean against the wall and stuff like that. Or, like, mostly what I'm seeing, Orma, on my feed is I'll see people in, like, ghost face masks and stuff. Oh, there's some where they grab their arm to check for the dark mark. Oh, I haven't seen that, actually. You're already in book talk. It was only a matter of time. Soon, chat. Here's what's going to happen. One day, you're going to go to twitch.tv/overboardgaming expecting a late night Brawly stream, only to find the video's not there, and instead, a still image of Brawly sitting in a corner, blankets covering him like a burrito, as he has a stack of the entire series of Akotar reading the book page by page. No, just... 90% of the women, that you see are in those videos are like 100% into it, and then the other 10% are uncomfortable mildly because their boyfriend's there. I mean, that could still be a video. Did you know there's a reading section on Twitch now? Although I'm pretty sure you couldn't read that book out loud because of terms of service. I haven't read it myself, but I'm gonna assume that book would not be within TOS for reading out loud. Hi, Dubious. How are you doing? Time for Math Kickers featuring the Elder Bros. I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split it a 5 and 2. And 1 person's left behind if we split into 3 and 3 and 1. But you can't split into 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind? Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over? That'd be 3, 7, 8. And what's the digital root for that? It's 9. Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's like how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal, we only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3 and 3 and 1. I mean, I guess because it would be the 1, yeah. Also, important question. How does she walk? I feel like her like sash would have to be tied so tightly that it would like impede movement. It seems like it would be really hard to move in. When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then you're saying we gotta decide who's staying behind?
Yeah, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then one person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1?
That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone.
I told you, that's like impossible. Wake up. Okay, but here's the thing though. There's also literally a door that doesn't have a number on it that we haven't been talking about. And we don't know what that means. There's literally a door that doesn't have a number and I have no clue what that means. Hi, Skitch. Oh, she's a belly dancer, we think? These are 9 random people were like kidnapped and brought to one of the sister ships of the Titanic that in this fictional universe actually didn't sink. And except for now it is sinking and we have like 9 hours to escape the boat or die a horrible death. I don't know. Some guy named Zero who wears a mask is like, play my nonary games! Also, yeah, Lotus is hipstered out, so her outfit is technically against Twitch TOS. But she's a video game character, so. Whoa, calm down, you two! Santa stepped between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
No, that's terrible.
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa? Me? Well, I agree, I guess. All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? I don't think Clover is gonna agree with you, to be honest, considering it's her brother that's missing. Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't even know if she'd heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei. Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Yeah, as somebody who was George Washington in junior high, Scala, Yeah, she didn't make a motion or have a second at all. Which you have to do before holding the actual vote. Hi, Thread, how are you doing? Well, alright, I guess... Exclamation points! Exclamation points!
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything.
June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. We go through them.
I mean, actually, we don't know that there's no way to come back around. Considering the weird loop-de-loops that we've made. Your literal current job is running government meetings, so you have to know this. Yeah, now I just want to know how motions and votes are done in Japan.
You won't be able to return, correct? Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally within the time limit Zero's given us. I mean... Yeah, considering if we don't, you're dead. That would be great if we did that before the time limit. Yeah, maybe there's a Dark Souls. This door can only be opened from the other side. Maybe. Maybe if we're lucky. No, that's ridiculous! There's no way we could get back in time! Finally, Junpei could not hold his tongue. Could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you'd be willing to leave June behind?
Good grief. See, that's what I'm thinking is like we're literally no one's talking about the fact that there is a blank door. There is an unnumbered locked door. Just... No one in this party is paying attention. Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace, with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. Well, you may also be missing a key piece of information, Skitch, in that, the only way to open the numbered doors is so everybody has a bracelet with a number on it, right? 3 to 5 people can enter a door, but their numbers have to add up to a root number that is the same as the door. And, if that doesn't happen, like if just one person tried to go into the door, or people, they opened the door and only some of the people that opened the door went in. Basically, if you don't all go into the door, whoever opens the door, they all have to go into the door and they all have to hold up their bracelet also to another device that's on the inside. Otherwise, their bracelet, it's a detonator and it will set off a bomb that is just chilling in their intestines. And they will explode and die. Which is what happened to the guy who had the bracelet with a 9 on it. So. And also the boat's sinking. So. We're in kind of a pickle here. Good. Let's accept his kind offer then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. Ace is like, I'm taking a nap. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7. Seriously, honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Santa?
I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled.
Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then, it happened. Ace fell forward. Uh-oh. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened, Ace? Say something.
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm alright.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you fine?
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. In it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. What? It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Saporal Beta. Saporal Beta? Junpei had no idea what it meant, or what kind of medicine it might be.
Did you use this?
Yes, it's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms.
I'm sorry, so you're sticking yourself with random needles that you found in the hospital of a boat that's over 100 years old? First 7 is drinking mystery booze. Now you're stabbing yourself with things.
I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Are you gonna try to, like, lower your heart rate to 0? Because honestly, I had that thought about, like, could you, like, temporarily, like, is there any way that you could lower your heart rate down to 0 for just long enough to make the bracelet not work anymore and then be fine?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired.
Unless you're just like, listen, just because I don't like Romeo and Juliet doesn't mean that I'm not going to consider the possibility of pulling a Romeo and Juliet to get out of this, okay? Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jun's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they'd be forced to leave him behind. Ace.
Huh? Something you wanna say? I'd just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No! Don't, Ace! Don't fall asleep!
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further. Almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again. But this time he didn't respond. Old man takes strategic nap. Man, I didn't think that we were playing Final Fantasy IV. Tella, is that you? Hi, Nexus. Hi, Squeege. How are y'all doing? Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told him he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. Well, we don't really have a choice now. We can't let a sacrifice go to waste, right? She wasn't feeling any remorse. Junpei was sure of that. Still, he had no grounds upon which to oppose her. It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly, Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door. Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, enough of the screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Ugh! You're gonna get it next time! She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. I mean, yes, getting absolutely pickled is a way to survive the cold of the water, but see, that's still assuming someone's like coming to rescue you, Chupon. Like, I don't think anyone would be coming to rescue us, so we would still die. Junpei, which door do you want? At last! Junpei's mind was already made up. Was it? Oh god, but math! Math. I have to do math. I don't want to do math! Maybe I'll just be like, screw it. I picked door 3. I don't want either of you nerds. Also, I'm actually gonna grab a drink really fast because I drank all my coffee and now I could use like some water. So I'm gonna grab one really fast. 1 second. No, listen, I need a sparkling water so I can do math, Marsh. Doing this many voices, I need water. I need water. Okay, so who do we have left? Who do I want to get stuck with here? Math! I mean, okay, so... I mean, I guess no one's going through door 3, though. If they've already picked 7 and 8. Unless I just say F them and pick 3 anyway. So we have... 4, you're missing, you're dead. So if I end up going with Lotus, then that's 8 plus 5. So that's 13. So then if we had June, that would be 19, which is 10, so that won't work. But, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So if we go with Lotus, then we'll also be going with Clover. Actually, I think, yeah, we might end up being with her either way. I don't think we can go in the same one as June because of the fact that she's 6 and just the way that the numbers are. And since 7 and Lotus already picked doors and they're both big numbers, that means that the medium numbers are also gonna have to split up. So I guess it's choosing whether I want to be with Clover or what's his face? Santa. Actually, there even a way to be with Santa? No. No, there isn't. Does it even matter what I pick then? I mean, let's see. Yeah, I think if I... Let's see. If we had us in June, which is 11. Santa, 3. No. No, we'd have to have a higher number. Math is hard, chat. I'm trying to think how would we bring well, how would we bring June with us? Literally, I don't know how you would do that. I mean, I guess, well, no, if we went... Technically, if us, June, and 7 went through door 8, that would work. But then... that would leave Lotus, Santa, and Clover. 12, 15, which is 6, which doesn't work because there's no 6 door. I mean, I guess technically, if Ace hadn't injected himself with something to force us to leave him behind, we could have done us, June, and Ace through door 3, but that's no longer an option. Yeah, I think we're kind of boned, honestly. Well, I guess at least if I go in the door with Lotus, then I can go in the same door as Clover. There's a very small bug on my microphone. Alright, I guess I'll go through door 8. I think I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay. 8 it is! Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 7. What? Why? What? I don't know what you want from me, man. What do you want from me, June? What do you want from me? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. Cause, like, that's the thing, though. Like, Ace is literally not going to be able to... What, are we gonna drag his body? And that's not gonna work. If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there's only 3 ways we could do it. Plan A. Go through 7 with 3, 5, 8, and go through 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through 7 with 457 and go through 8 with 368. Plan C. Go through 7 with 367 and go through 8 with 458. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. Man, it's too bad Snake's not here. Oh no, you're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? Well, Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Oh good, more smiling! Hey, come on! You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 to 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably? Shouldn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere. Why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door. You know, I just want to point out that you guys keep assuming that Zero is a dude. You don't know. We don't know shit, okay? The only thing I know about Zero is they invited us to this game. That's it. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yeah. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. You guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clova and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clova can take 8. Any problems with that, Clova? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. Now? Man, but now, okay. Is it bad? Is it bad that I want to see if, like, if choosing door 3 even, like, is a thing that they, like, if that's just, like, something where the game is just like, haha, joke's on you, you can't do that because, like, mathematically you can't. And, like, now I want to know. Now I want to know. Like, I don't think door 3 is possible, but now I'm really curious if, because there have been other times that I've chosen, and this is just me thinking out loud, by the way. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not actually asking for, like, speculation or answers or anything. I'm just genuinely, like, I mean, they've let me do a but thou must before, so it makes me curious, like, is there another but thou must for door 3? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I want to go back. Because I'm really curious. It's going to drive me crazy. I really want to know. I want to know. Yeah, that's why I saved. Okay, who's next? At last! Alright, I'm really curious what happens when you say door 3. Just, like, flip Santa the bird. I want to go through door number 3. No. You can't. Huh? Why? Because it's impossible. No. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3. Why? The bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door. I see. That means 1 team would get left behind. That's right. That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8. No, they're fine. We got 3 options. I see. Okay, and then he goes into the explanation of the plans. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured it must, I was like, it's gotta be one of those but thou must. But, like, I really want to know. That was when Junpei realized. Plan A, yeah, divides into 2 teams. 2 teams. There was one thing they all had in common. In every single combination, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and June would be separated. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. This is new, though. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you gonna do? 7 or 8, time to choose. Junpei thought hard. After thinking it over, his conclusion was... Oh my god, that's literally still an option to just be like, nope, heck you guys! Oh, the gremlin in me is going crazy right now. The gremlin in me is going crazy. Okay, all right, hear me out, chat. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. 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 Yeah, game, you can't pick 3. Also, game, pick 3. out, chat. I'm gonna save. Is that a Professor Layton 3 emote? I love that. That's so good. Okay. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out right now. Okay. What if? All right. Big wild conspiracy theory time. What if June really is 0? And this whole thing is just some kind of creepy mass talk romantic date to get back together with us. If we don't go with her, we'll never know! Listen, do you or do you not want to be chased by a hot lady in a mask? Huh? No? Get out, Marsh. Then why would you be okay, well, I mean, that's the thing though, is that it's not like Zero can like necessarily 100% guess what we're gonna do. See, luggage says yes. Okay, but like women that can kill you were really hot. So when it comes to fictional characters, Aljan, I love femme men and women who can kill me. God, this is, I want to pick it so bad, chat. I want to pick it so bad. It's such a terrible idea that I want to pick it. Man said I can't pick it, so I want to pick it. I want to follow my crazy gay idea of being chased by a hot woman in a mask because it's Halloween. Listen, Santa. All I want for Christmas is to pick door 3, all right? Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3. What? That's nuts! You gotta be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door? 3 is my favorite number. And also, I want to be with June. Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say. I'm just curious about door 3, that's all. That doesn't explain shit. I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. With that, he began walking towards the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped. Also, I'd like to point out that the doors are in pairs, and door number 3 is the one that is next to the door that doesn't have a number on it. So what the fuck is that about? What is that about? Don't answer that, I'm just curious. About the red. Seven, would you mind authenticating for me?
Huh? Why?
Please, just do it. He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 had been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did.
Jumpy, what are you trying to figure out?
Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. I think I might have found another way out.
Huh?
What? Really? Well, wait. Yeah, there's 6 of us, but I thought only 5 people could go through a door. That got them excited. Just as Junpei had intended. Are we lying? I think we might be lying. Now, please, June?
Okay.
Ah, hey, it's math. Okay. I got my math puppet. Seven plus 6 equals 13. Goes to 1 plus 3 equals 4. That's not 3, Junpei. That's not 3. With those 2 numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, and the 3rd asterisk blinked on. Yeah, we're just lying! That's it! We're just lying! We're just effing lying! 4 plus 5 equals 9! I mean, I did choose this path because I couldn't help myself. It was too funny to not choose. I had to know what happens! Hi, Mr. Chia. How are you doing? Also, sorry, Angry Trees sent me something. Sorry, Angry Trees found something weird. But it's nothing to be worried about. A good decision, a bad decision? Oh yeah, that'll be for future me to find out. Also, Estinian, I mean, he's a little femme-shaped. He is. Alright. Now the only people who haven't authenticated are Santa, Clover, and Lotus. So, what's your point? You don't get it? Think about it. What's the sum of your number in Clover's? 12. And what's the digital root of that? 3. Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red? 7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It'd be 9, right? Yes. And what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that? 3, the door's number. There you go. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to? Oh, wait, sorry. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to? I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa. Or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting. What? Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever. Wow! Junpei's a terrible person! You know what? I really didn't think that the game was gonna let us do something this douchey. But apparently it does. You son of a bitch! You tricked us! Then all that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit. Bullshit? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it. Why the hell would you do something like this? Junpei glanced at June. Jumpy. You did this just so you could go through the same door as June? That's it? Santa was furious. His face was red and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again. So who's it going to be? Choose, peasants. Hey, I didn't write this game. I'm just playing with what they gave me. I'm just playing with what the game gave me. Also, you know damn well this is more entertaining, so don't sass me. Santa? Or Lotus and Clover? Shit. We're going Clover. Bro, we're literally, I can't believe this. This is so wild. This is so wild. Thank you for the follow. I can't believe this. Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei in the door. There is no door 6 here, though, Bardo. There's door 3, door 7, and door 8. So, basically, they're boned. Yeah. So they literally have the option of either Santa can come with us or Lotus and Clover can come with us. And there's no in between because you need at least 3 people to go through a door. It's 3 to 5 people. So it's not like they could do something like, oh, leave Lotus by herself and she can just go through the 8 door by herself. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment, then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover. No! Wait! Santa did not hesitate. I won't hesitate! He slammed his hand down on the red. This is insane! This isn't right! He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving. Yes, well, you may be right. Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. So, okay, what's the deal? Did we just, like, snap? Is this a story of, like, oh, we just keep smiling, so we snapped? Are we oh my god, what if we're the killer? Oh my god, what if we're Zero? Could be anything! He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Go! Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth, one after another. No sooner did they enter than an all too familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door. They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Did it? Because I don't believe you. Then the door closed and they were gone. You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair! Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there and they can't!
Shut it! That's enough!
It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but 7.
We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter.
The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the 4 of them would be...
We got less than a minute left. No time for screwing around. Get moving!
They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found. Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but every one was blocked off by a wall of metal. There was only one way out. One other door.
There!
7 ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled. The room inside was pitch black. They could see nothing beyond the small patch of light that spilled through the doorway. Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall. I found it! The dead's right over here! He stepped into the room and nearly fell down. The floor was slippery. What? He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was...
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get over there!
He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was... Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other three piled in behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, only a sense that something terrible shared the room with them. Oh God! But there was no time to say so! Why is there an LHR on the wall?
Quick, get to the den!
They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over. Why do I feel like we're gonna find another dead guy in here? Then finally, suddenly they were there. In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air. As his breathing began to return to normal, he glanced at his left wrist and grunted.
Huh. It stopped. It stopped.
Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face. What the? The sound of retching came from Santa's direction. What the hell is this smell? This is vile! I'm gonna puke! So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was a terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Oh boy. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took. He felt his stomach clench and bile rise up in his throat.
Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here.
I don't like that at all. The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in its gait, Seven walked towards it. I hate this. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers towards the switch. That's blood. Good. Oh, great. LLR. There was a soft click as the lights came on. It had scarcely faded when another noise pierced the air. A scream. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. That description is metal AF. That's so metal, dude! What? Yeah, definitely gore warning, for sure. Yeah, I'm so happy I brought June in here. I'm so happy that I decided to be a giant douchebag and leave 2 people in the lurch when I didn't have to, and brought June in here to see another dead body. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Bruh. They described the globules of body fat that were dripping down the walls after this guy exploded. Gosh, good gravy. Looks like an explosion.
Seven's voice was low and strained.
Just like the 9th man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. Well, I'm not gonna be wanting pizza anytime soon now. Good lord. This game was on the Nintendo DS! His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. Is that Snake? Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry. Oh my god. Finally, Junpei spoke. Why did this happen? No! Hi, newbie! I picked door 3, and, you know, to be fair, making the worst decision, it might be the most entertaining. This might be the most interesting, picking what is objectively, like, technically the worst option. Being incredibly selfish. Hi, Rassiford, how are you doing? Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity and not entirely human. No! No, 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 no! She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing. No! Stop it, June! He grabbed for her wrist, but as he did, June leapt up and ran toward the exit. Please, get me out of here! You have to let me out of here! She screamed at the door and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. She screamed at the door. Yeah, Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles. Good grief! Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this? She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fist flailed against the door. Get me out of here! Please! Please just let me out! Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door. No! No, get off me! Let me go! Let me go! She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared, and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed towards the floor, and Junpei knelt down with her. What the fuck? Hi, Luna. I'm sorry. Was I being too yelly for June? Was I getting too into reading that? Yeah, I bought little Timmy 999 for his birthday. He's much better at addition now, but he hasn't slept for a month. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Oh, now Luna's purring. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain. Okay, this is really not helping with my crazy conspiracy hypothesis about us secretly being the killer. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's going to be okay, Canny. Her name was a whisper. I'll be here with you, okay? She nodded once. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Yeah, her name's Akane, so Canny is like a cutesy nickname for her. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. Like, I'm just saying, it would... If we were, like, absolutely bonkersville, then what if instead of me saying, you know, she's the killer, what if we are, and we, like, I don't know, have, like, a split personality and we set all this up? Or, because technically, it doesn't say this story isn't written, like, as if we are Junpei. It's all in the third person. So, Junpei could very easily be withholding information from us. I'm just saying. This doesn't necessarily have to be third person omniscient. And goodness knows that Spike Chunsoft loves their unreliable narrators. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. Yeah, chat, I think we're the crazy cuckoo zero guy. The scent of her hair was nostalgic. Do you feel better? Yes, but I'd like to stay here for a little while at least. Junpei's body is so warm. This is getting real weird. This is getting very weird. Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. Hi, Alaire. Well, I thought he was like running his hand through her hair, like in a gentle, like soothing manner. But still, he's like, that's what I mean, Bouncy. Exactly. He's putting out like big stalker vibes. He's putting out some big stalker vibes. Like, he was in love with this girl, like, through all of school and stuff, and then, like, didn't get a chance to be with her, and then now he's, like, setting up this absolutely bananas situation where he's, like, saving her. Like, have you guys seen the show You on Netflix? It's, like, that level, alright? Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. Edward Cullen would never. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it. But mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. Oh, sorry. I didn't know that. Seek a way out! Sorry, was not expecting that to happen so quickly, because I was just so taken aback by everything that had just happened. And now we get this music? Hey! June just had a mental breakdown in front of us about seeing another exploded spaghetti body everywhere. Let's groove! Luna. Though I am very curious, like, how did he get in here? It's a minimum of 3 people, right? So I'm trying to think, what is 3 to 5 people? So I'm trying to think of what are the numbers of people that could have, because what seems like happened, this is just me thinking out loud. What seems like is possibly what happened. Oh, well, okay, it's not impossible, Squeech. So, some people are obviously fucking lying to us. That's part of what's going on here. Aw, hi, Luna. So, what happened with the 9th man is that he got 2 other people to put their bracelet up to open the door, but then he was the only one who went inside, so he went kablooey. So I feel like something similar might have happened in this situation. I just don't know. I don't really know. I'd have to sit down and calculate out, like, how many... I'm thinking. We were with June the whole time. Lotus was the first one to get back. And see, my original thought was, okay, maybe like Lotus, Ace, maybe Ace felt guilty about something and that's why he was willing to stay behind. But Junpei is 5. So I'm trying to think, okay, what are the combinations of numbers that could have gone into the 3-door with Snake? We were with June the entire time. Well, actually, no. Hang on. Technically, because, okay, he was missing when we all came back together, so it really could have been anyone. It could have been literally anyone. So we need to figure out what number, like, I'm suspicious of Lotus because of the fact that she specifically asked, hey, do we want to, like, form an alliance and, like, leave people behind? So that does make me suspicious of her. But that would mean, okay, if it, just thinking out loud, all right. Because 8 plus 2 is 10, obviously. And 1 plus 0 is 1. So, therefore, the only person would be Clover. No, wait. No, sorry. That's 5. So then wait. It would have to be more than... okay. This is really weird. We also have no idea what he said to Clover. What did he say to Clover, man? 4 plus 2 is 6. So then we would need... I mean, yeah, if June for some reason turns out to be cuckoo, then that is possible, because then 6 plus 6 would be 12, and then 1 plus 2 is 3. Girls' night! 6 night. So, like, one possibility is Snake, June, and Clover. That's one technical possibility for door 3. I don't know why Clover would want to do that to her brother unless it wasn't on purpose. So let's see, what are some other options? I don't think, unless literally we're like in a fugue state and not following like a multiple personality DID kind of thing, maybe. Unless it's something absolutely off the wall like that, then I think we can technically rule out Junpei because of the fact that we are seeing things from his point of view. So let's see, that would leave... Snake plus... Let's see, what's... Santa's 5, right? Or no, we're 5. Santa's 3? Oh, jeez. I'm, like, losing. Yeah, Santa's 3, because sun. Alright, so then that would be 5. So we could also have, technically, Snake... and... Oh my god, my brain is, like, blanking out here. Snake, Santa, and then 7. And then I don't think... Are there any other... Well, yeah, there's technically Ace, but I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's actually doable. Because they can't go in by themselves, because that's just 2 people. Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the possibilities of people that could have opened door number 3 at some point. And the problem is that we need to come back. I mean, I guess technically multiple, like it could be more combinations, like more people rather than just 3. You know what I mean? It could have been like 4 people. Like, what if everyone was lying? Well, let's see. That'd be 2 plus 3 plus 4. 7 plus 8. That would be the only people. Well, and technically there's 1. Because Ace was still around then. So, I don't know. If it wasn't Clover, then it'd be 5, 6, 13, 21 equals 3. Okay, so, technically it's possible that 5 people, minus Clover, opened the door. Because people were suspiciously, like, Lotus was the one who said that they didn't know how, like, oh, they got here first and the stuff was already fixed. So... Alright, let's see. So, in that case, it would be Snake, Santa, Ace, 7, and Lotus. That is technically a possibility for opening door 3. I don't have any answers for why anyone would want to kill Snake, but... Evie, I wouldn't worry about trying to, like, police people. I appreciate it, but... I think we're good. I think people know. Those letters written in blood. LLR. Do you think that might be some sort of dying message from Snake?
No, that's impossible. You saw the body. You weren't doing anything after something like that happens to you.
Then this...
Where the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Whoever's blood this is, it ain't Snake's.
Then you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago?
Yeah.
That's interesting. LLR. Hi, Barry! Alright, let's see if anything happens when I turn you. Nope, nothing. Not even a drop. Is the pipe clogged? A wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol. What the hell is this thing? Some kind of spray bottle? There's something written on it. Lumen. Can't read anything else. The label's all faded.
Let me see that.
He just grabbed it from him. That wasn't very nice.
Oh, this is luminol. You know, forensic guys use it at crime scenes.
Oh yeah! That stuff that glows blue when you spray it on blood? Even if the blood's been wiped off, it'll still glow. Okay. Toilet paper with letters. Some kind of red symbol.
You think maybe that's a Seidel cipher?
Sidetail cipher? What the hell is that?
You wrap a piece of paper around a stick and then write several sentences on it so the whole paper's filled up. Then you unwrap the paper and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less.
Seven, you know a lot of things.
Then to decipher it, you gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one.
Same diameter as the original one, huh?
Yeah. Then you just wrap the paper around that stick and you can read the code.
Okay. That's definitely not something that I was expecting. A shelf! Hi, Sickly Babe, how are you doing? A bucket and a broom! Junpei reached for the broom. And as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. Live, laugh, run. Dun, 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 dun. Run. It was June!
The rabbit hutch.
Huh? He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face.
Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom. You were always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was?
Don't you remember?
Junpei stared at the broom in his hand.
You mean you don't remember that summer either?
She looked very sad. He shook his head. Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible. Wait, what? They were in the 6th grade. Oh God, what happened to us now? Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. No! Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. This is really just adding into the idea of us definitely being like a serial killer or something. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after their teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying. Okay, but June, why are you smiling about that now? That's freaking me out.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hand and you looked very serious and you said, "Don't cry. I'm gonna catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were gonna catch the killer together. No, I can't decide which one of them is actually Cuckoo for Cocoa Pops! June smiled, and a little of the flush of life returned to her cheeks.
Then we decided that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember. The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. Yeah, porque no las dos? It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And June's, Akane Kuroshiki's face. Her face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget. As long as he lived. But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either.
'Cause it was one of us! And I don't know who!
I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
Dude! Ah! He'd felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it.
Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean? Oh, wait. Oh, that was Junpei saying that. She looked up at him confused. Well, come on! We were just kids! If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me.
She blushed furiously.
You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject.
I was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
Ah, if it wasn't the rabbits, they were gonna make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it would be better if we were working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Luna, you're tearing my shirt. Your nails are tearing my shirt, baby. Someone who wasn't gonna tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is. He nodded quickly and much too earnestly, and then quickly looked away at something very important that hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rabbits so he could be here near June. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he'd felt back then. It would be embarrassing, so of course, we're gonna go through this whole wackadoodle charade instead. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air. Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We gotta figure out a way out of this room, otherwise...
Yes.
June nodded curtly and then turned and walked away. Nah, she's not being a jerk. Just, I think she probably is hungry. She's probably trying to tell me that she needs another scoop of food. Junpei turned around and looked at the room and Snake's body. Good. Flesh, organs, and conversations that aren't fitting. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death that it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt and wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before him. He had to live. He wanted a life again. A life with June in it. As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. Cool, and we got a broom. Good! I'm gonna save. We have officially chosen a terrible fate for everyone. And now, I'm gonna leave future Spoonee with the consequences. Yeah, future Spoonee gets the consequences.